Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Atelier Nikuzuki live stream. It's a little bit later. It's like 11:30 right now, but it's all good. Eldest is home from school because they had a fever last night, and now we're just kind of waiting to see if they're feeling good enough tonight for me to head out for book club and stuff like that. Alrighty. It's all good though. It is what it is. Sorry, I'm just gonna like shrink that down. Okay. I see we're creeping up in subscribers, so thank you for everyone who's joined recently. We greatly appreciate it here. This is the Royal We, of course. So we're going to start by what I have. Cut down the drawstring channels. And then cut the canvas, and then we need to iron the sheets, and then we need to do the interfacing tack down and trim. Press the interfacing, and then cut the sheets into pockets and cut the interiors. Now I did find some, okay, one second, let me bruise this first. Go here. Tippity tappity here. Share. Copy. All right. What I was going to say was that I did find some of the stuff down here. What stuff, you may ask? Linings, and apparently some that are nearly done. And then somewhere I'm like, I don't know what that's for. So let's pull that. Pretty sure we had it like set aside proper and all that nonsense, and then just stuff didn't happen. Okay, so there's where some of the ones where I'm like, I've got drawstrings, but I don't got bags are. Okay, are we going to finish on this time? Or are we just going to cheat and say hell no? Hell to the no this round. I don't know. Some of these are like the OG cuts and stuff like that. So let's take a look. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. They are at the point where it's like they still have quite a bit of work left. Like these don't even have labels on them yet. Okay. I feel like those two go together. I'm not going to separate them up. Because that's, we may as well like, we can just cut more, it's fine. Okay. This was definitely going to be, and I've got the, thing is if I'm not going to do it, then what I should do is I should pop them back into the bin actually, just so they're like, that is an obi that's unraveling. Yay. Hey, oh, okay. I was like, fine, stop scratching the furniture. He's not scratching the furniture, Katie. We're all good. Okay, there's one of the drawstrings for that purple. I don't know what I'm looking down here for, but oh well. Oh, why are we so slow? So slow right now. And I know for sure I saw a half pocket yesterday. So I have a feeling this is the other piece of that half pocket. Oh no, there we go. There's the other half for the bunnies here, but I don't have drawstrings for the bunnies. Unless, oh, that's probably intended to be. And I bet you these are the pockets, and then these are the pockets for the polar bears. That's what I'm gonna go with. That seems the most logical. Pretty sure. Hey, and there they are. Okay, so this is the pastel one where I was like, where the hell is the bag? Okay, pastel would be nice to have there. And then I'm pretty sure these pockets are for the alpaca pom-poms here. And honestly, whatever, let's just do that then. Super close to being finished. I don't know where, there's the drawstrings for this one. Sweet. Okay, and then this guy, which I definitely saw the drawstrings for it in the bin. This is space polar bear and penguin, which we should do. Actually, yeah, space polar bear and penguin. And then the speckles, I'm pretty sure, are actually for this one here. So let's do that like this. And then this is an interior. And then, yeah, there's a whole stack of interiors here, which are in addition to the ones that I pulled yesterday. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe. I also have another set of another interior set there. Okay. So I think for this one, actually, let's use the blue and the solid blue, like that. Yep. And then this one should be blue, and I think we should do the yellow. This should be white to there, blue to here. Okay, so most of these actually just need pockets, to be honest. Okay, and then let's actually do the blue here as well. Okay, so now we need to cut 1, 2, 3, 4. Five more sets of pockets. And we're still at 30 interiors. Okay, cool. And then I need the drawstring channels that I threw into the bucket for some of these. Okay, actually, yeah, so we're gonna do drawstring cut downs first. And then we're gonna do canvas, just for the ones that we cut last night, not the ones that we just pulled. And then we're going to do interiors. Yeah. No, interiors is pretty much right at the end. Actually, maybe we should do interiors while we're... Maybe? I don't know anymore. I don't know. Okay, we also need to prep leather and adhere them. One, two, three, 4, 5 for the hedgies. Why am I matching? Oh my god, I shouldn't be matching these right now. Oh no, right, that's why I'm doing it. Is I'm like, wait, I shouldn't be matching them. No, we should be matching them, and what ends up happening is not that, yeah. They need to be matched up, and then I can take them off the count. So 1, 4, 5, 6. So we actually only need 25 interiors. I will always cut a spare because the worst case scenario, what happens is it goes into the Kato bin later. Okay, and then we'll need to do then canvas. Okay, first things first, we're doing the first things first, third step in, same difference, right? Anyway, we gotta do cut downs for the drawstring channels. So for these two, because they're special, we're going to actually do them with the selvages together and the fold at one end. Make sure everything's like lined up here. Okay, then we're going to set it up. Now I do typically cut these about an inch smaller than called for in the pattern, just because I find it fits the bag more consistently for me. Obviously, results may vary. Doom. Doom. Okay. And obviously we go in and we like hem these and everything like that, but like it's just, it's an insurance policy for me that they'll fit proper. All right. So there's the drawstring started. And then that's, so now these were the cuts that we took off of the fabric last night. Same thing, we're going to line them up and we're going to do all of the trim downs now. And I just mean like basically length trim down, not height trim down. I found that stitching all of these at the same time, all of their like hem ends at the same time is way more useful. And then we trim them in half. It's like one of the efficiency things that we put into place last year. And then right after we do this, we're going to sort them into white and dark stitching actually. Right now we have white thread in the machine, so that'll be the first thing that gets sewn is the channels. And then go from there. Okay, those feel like they can become bookmarks potentially. Yep, mostly, at least partially. Okay, drawstring channels. And then we're gonna do canvas. So my day got thrown into a complete like tailspin. All this time like a really brutal fever last night. Treatable with Tylenol and everything like that. I'm not like concerned that it's worse or it's something we need to go get treatment for or anything like that, because they are also feeling much better today. But I was supposed to go run outside and like do all of that, and I'm just like, oh. And now they're sneezy too, so I'm like, because I'm like, okay, if they feel better, I'm gonna go to book club, because they weren't like coughing and spewing and stuff. But if they're sneezing, never mind. Oh well, more work time. And I was like, okay, so not a big deal. I'll go run out in the garage. And I was like, but I'm going to spray my obi that I need to do so that they can dry from the Scotch Guard, so we can like do the next coat of Scotch Guard soon. And now the garage smells like Scotch Guard, and I'm like, that's exactly why I did it in the garage instead of my basement, or in my studio in the basement, especially with kiddo around. Because I'm like, that fumes are probably not good to be inhaling. I didn't have a particulate mask, but I did mask up with like one of my old COVID masks. COVID times, because I've got boxes and boxes of them laying around. Was it perfect? No. Did it maybe improve the amount of stuff I was getting in my lungs? Infinitesimally. But anyway, I was just like, oh god. So I'm just like, if I'm worried about inhaling it while I'm actively spraying it, standing in the fumes, running in the garage is also not good. So yeah, just that kind of morning. Cat problems. Does it really matter? They're running a little bit. The rest of it, whatever happens. And if you're sick, you're sick. So we're here, gonna get as much of the work done today as we can. I've got a list of stuff for like leading up to the actual sewing of the bags. I just realized that we are going to need to also do, good morning, Flynn, the matchup of like those things. And if you're like, what are those things? The D-rings. And not the actual hardware, but the D-ring tabs that hold them in place. So we'll do that here soon. Well, we'll do that while we're standing at the cutting table, because if we need to cut more, all of the polypros up here. I feel like the majority of the... We've already got a lot of D-ring tabs cut, so I'm not too worried about it. I think I've got it, but just in case. Bookmark pile. All right, so there's a whole stack of drawstrings to stitch. Let's... Okay. White stitching. Dark stitching. Dark, dark. This is something I should actually do when I'm cutting, like, in general, but I don't, so it's all good. Dark, dark, light, dark, white, white, black, black, white, white, black, white, 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 black, white, and then the three hedgies are always better in black, and then these two are black and white. Okay, since white is on top, we will just kind of chuck these over here. Okay, and then now we're doing 30 cuts of canvas. Going to move all these pieces into the cutting, or the fabric portion here. Hey, feet don't go on that. If you want, set it up on the shelf there. Or I can put Octonauts on the TV. What's that?
I'm attending. It's on the TV. By my life.
Okay. All right. One thing off the list. Yay. Okay, that is still there. Cutting instructions do mean that I need to do, or the way we cut it means that I have to adjust the canvas to a little bit smaller. Because we're like a ½ inch taller than we should be. Okay. And then how wide is my canvas again? I think it's like 60 inches. I know we do this math every time, and every time I forget, guys. And alive. I am ready for my own nap. Okay, I do think we're probably going to use that, or could potentially be using up that roll of canvas. We do have another roll underneath, but like... We use 12 ounce. (67 to 70 inches). Super descriptive. Okay, and the cuts need to be 5.5 inches. Or the other orientation, which... So 67 divided by 5.5. Or, yeah, it's more efficient to cut it this direction, which I'm pretty sure we already knew, but you know, sometimes it's good to remath it just in case. Okay. We are literally going to need this iron for the next step, aren't we? Okay. So let's not move it too far away. There we go. And this is all denim to cut for mini traveler slings that haven't been touched yet. Doubtful we'll get time, so I'm gonna pop them over on the work, like, next up pile. And then it honestly looks like this is good. The I just have to like square it up there maybe. Okay, so it's good on the one end. Is it good on this end? Yes, good enough. Okay. I'm gonna lay it out though, and we're gonna trim it down first. And then we'll go in and cut the actual like widths. What a mess this is. There is not a square edge on this piece anywhere. And of course, why would there be a square edge? I don't know why I have Small World stuck in my head. I don't want it stuck in my head. Okay, we could actually square this edge up next then. Like this, we don't actually have to take quite so much off now that we've squared up one edge. Actually, yeah, there's actually very little to take off this side in some ways. At least overall. Especially if I actually get up so I can see my markings. Yeah. Small boring scrap bag is now here. Actually, that's perfect because then I can mark out the next one right here. Yay, we did it. Sometimes we do it. I've got a blue Choco pen from Japan, so let's use the blue Choco pen because why not? Okay, and then minus the 1/2 inch, minus the next thing. No, that is not correct. Is it? It should be there. That's correct. What we're going to do is we're going to measure it this way. Make sure that my calculations were correct. Yes, okay, we're good. Okay. Okay, and then this will be like one last small, so we'll have like a half cut, which is fine. Okay. And again, if you're like, why are you marking them when you're just going to be cutting them? Well, check twice, cut once, right? That sort of concept. Okay, so there is the canvas started. So we'll have 1, 2, 3.5 bags just from this piece that, not like a discard piece, right? But, yeah. Leftover? Leftover. Let's go with leftover piece. Okay. Now we'll cut down width. That we're gonna just keep that to the side for now because it is an oddball. I.e., not like. Just means it is an odd piece out. There we go. Then I probably can cut all the layers of this canvas with this rotary cutter, so let's just line them all up. Perfect. Oh, I'm tired. All right. All right, so now we need boom. We need 27 canvas. So we actually only need, oh, I see. Yeah, that is part of it. So if it's 60 inches or 67, this we actually need, so we need 27 bags worth, which is 54. So we need 4.5 like pulls off the canvas. Alrighty. Move both of these, and then I think what we'll do is we'll probably snag the ones we just cut and like lay them out potentially. Okay. You go there, and you go there, and you can snuggle in. I'm actually thinking, leaning more towards actually cutting the interiors while we're here too, because we don't have any more cutting we'd have to do. Okay. how much canvas is there actually left. That's what I thought. Okay. I think this is the last round for this roll. Which is always a terrifying day because it means then that we have to do more supply orders of the boring stuff. It's a bad, good problem to have. Cat problems, remember? But it's also like, damn it, I want to order the boring stuff right now. I don't have to right now. But it does mean that we're coming up on that point. In the process, I guess it'll probably be like a full thing actually. Okay, looks like we're actually at 68 inches on this roll-ish, give or take a little bit. We're actually fairly, all things considered, how wide it is. We're decently straight on this bottom edge. So what we're going to do then is we will go up and we'll mark our points from what should hopefully be the, this like straight edge at the bottom, and then we'll mark across from there and try and keep it as straight as possible again. All right, I'm like, I've got this blue chalk pen. Look how fancy we are. It's down here. I don't even know how it got on the floor, but okay. Actually, should we do that, or should I take into account a like? Nah, we're good. We're fine. Okay. So there is the first width mark, and the second width mark. And then that's this fairly straight spot right here. Actually, the other thing we could do is we could actually technically trim off that edge. I hate trimming this direction though because I'm always worried about cutting myself. But, okay, where do I estimate that? Okay, I estimate the line is at the, but it doesn't matter because it gets deeper there. And this is squared up on those inch marks, right? Squared up to the inch marks. All right, let's square this down a little bit. Square it down a little bit. Because like realistically having a little bit of discrepancy is fine. We can trim it down. But I would like to keep the edge of the canvas as straight as possible in some ways. Okay. Yeah, we did it. Sweet. Okay, so we're going to square up to the inch marks here. Good. There we go. Okay. Perfect. No. Better? Yes. And I was only like, wasn't much off. Alrighty. Doom. 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 Alrighty, now try to make this as straight as possible. And actually what we'll do, I think, is we'll cut, what did I say, we need 4.5, so we'll cut 5 sets of this, because why not? And then we will, we'll cut 5 sets like this. And then we'll go in and do, nope. It needs to be up here, not down there. Okay. Sweet, just double check a couple spots here. Okay, fine. I was keeping, all right, so far we're just keeping the dead blades up here, but what I'm thinking is they should fit into a pill jar when I finish up my next round of metformin. The price for Olfa blades in Japan was insanely better, and I was only able to get 2, and I'm like, no, I need more. So annoyed. Terrifying. Okay, and you've already got a lot of fluff around you too. Okay, the little nut is, because I can never remember on the other one. Okay, it's a cowboy hat. It's pointing up. Wait, no, I don't have to unlock it, but I do need to pop that out. Whew. So much fluff of fluffing. Doesn't look that bad, but we'll throw it in the container, and if nothing else, I can sharpen it in a bit. All right. Oh, actually, clean the fluff out from the blade area. Done. All right. Hey, Fibre. What you doing here, bud? Yeah, chilling and enjoying yourself. I'm glad. Okay. So what did I say? We need 5 cuts, and we're going to use 4.5 of those cuts. It's fine, because then we'll just, I don't know, we'll either cut the remainder or we'll just put it underneath. Probably cut it, because then it's less work next week. Well, actually, okay. If we have only a little bit of the canvas left, and it would be dumb to like roll it back up, we will actually cut the would a chalk line work for this? Like a construction chalk line? I feel like that would be even more accurate. That would definitely be more accurate than me like with my ruler. Because you could like hook it here, and then you could hook it down here at whatever stage you need, and then you could just do the, right? Am I crazy? Probably, but not for that reason, right? Would that work? When I have to do like these long straight line cuts? Do we have a chalk line? If I have, I will look later. If I have a chalk line, I'm totally gonna experiment and see if it works or not. I think that might work. I think it might be crazy, but like in the best way possible. If you've sewn and done something crazy like that, let me know if it actually works. I don't see why it wouldn't work, right? It's the same damn idea. I don't really want my, there we go. Like, right. Need to put the phone to work mode. Yeah, oh yeah, no, okay. So 1, 2, this is the third one. Okay, we're definitely gonna get the 5 at least out of this, which is good, because I really don't want to have to haul that canvas roll out. Actually, I don't know if I'm physically capable of getting that canvas roll on myself. I might have to have Dallas help me next week. And he's home. He literally left today, of course. So good thing is that it looks like I'll be able to get all my canvas off this cut. Bad news is that technically I should be cutting that fabric on Sunday. Damn. Okay, well, we'll figure it out. I can get it up. I just, if it's, yeah, as long as I don't hurt something. It's mostly that it's like, because I need to load it in, which is actually a good argument that the canvas should, oh no, no, never mind. I was like, that's a good argument that the canvas should be lower. But when I loaded the, that's the one that was the worst, was actually the lining fabric, because it was so fucking heavy. I think honestly that was the upper limit of the weight that they could actually send me without it needing to be cut and like put on 2 rolls like they did with canvas. So chalk line. Why have I never thought of that before? A chalk line would totally work. Yeah, it's just where they're, I'm pretty sure we have a chalk line from when we were actually constructing the basement for my other studio. Or at least we definitely had borrowed one. So it might have actually been returned if we were good, and if we were bad, I still have it and we could experiment with it. Okay. Last one. Sweet. Okay. It's not even that much left over. Which is awesome. Whatcha. And then honestly, because we can just turn the rotary blade, we should be able to go in and just cut all of the like do's. And then instead of putting them into the tote for the Kato, we're just gonna like put it on top of the pile that's like, this is next week's problem. This is future Katie's problem in like on Sunday or whatever. Actually, we might not work too much on Sunday. It's Aggie Days at Stampede grounds, which is a lot of what used to be at the actual like 10 days is Stampede. So like rope making and baby animals and like animal husbandry lessons and all of that. And they do have some of that still for Stampede, but nowhere near as much. I think, honestly, it might be in part because it's actually cooler in April. So less danger to the animals. That might be part of why they've changed some of it. I don't know why they don't have the rope making at Stampede. Maybe too busy? Like, there's a few different things. Who knows, right? So, but anyway, Aggie Days is this week, so maybe we'll go do that. I haven't decided yet. Because realistically, it is on Saturday, but also Sunday. And because Saturday I'm at Hanami with Ancient Arts Yarns. Alrighty. Okay. Where are we? 68 and a bit. Almost 68 and a half. Close enough to 68 and a half. Are we squared up across the bottom? Close enough. So I think what we're going to do, actually, since we're an inch wider, I am going to take off the floof edge here, and then we will set up to do our cuts. The selvage, the floof edge. But on this canvas, it's like, it's the selvage, but it's very fluffy. La 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 la, fluff, fluff, fluff. And it can go in the scrap bag. Whee! I'm glad I pulled the scrap bag over because I'm like, oh yeah. There's a bunch of crap at my feet too that realistically I should vacuum, but we'll do that later. Okay. So now we're going to line it up at the 1/2 inch mark because we need a cut that has a 1/2 inch amount. So we're gonna square up across and we're good. Okay, so this is the first cut right here. Boom. Boom. And then so if I add the 1/2 inch, good. Okay. Oh, fuck yeah, that cut through so nicely. And then if we take that off and an extra 1/2 inch, we get here. we add the 1/2 inch and the full inch amount, yay, the math is mathing. And how many layers do we have? We have 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 5 bags so far. So each second cut is 5 bags. Why is my nose so drippy? Damn it. It might not be the kid holding me back from going to book club. It might be my snotty nose. Okay, and if I add a 1/2 inch and the full inches, we're good. And then if I minus the 1/2 inch, or no, minus the full inches and the 1/2 inch, we're good. 1/2 inch, full inches, good. 10 bags. Oh, oh, oh. 1/2 inch, full set of inches. Whee. Half inch, no, full set, 1/2 inch extra. Half inch, full set. Full set, 1/2 inch. Half inch, full set. Wait, what? Okay, there we go. I'm like, it's not square? It wasn't square. Square up, please. Thank you. Why are you? Okay. 1/2 inch full set. Cool. Why are you so crooked? Just in there. Okay, apparently it's just a defect in the cutting mat right there. Excellent. Fantastic. It's like off by like a 1/4 inch right there. Actually, on all those lines. Am I off? Or is it just obliterated? Okay. Boom. 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 Nope. I don't know what was happening there. It's fine now. Right? Because... Yep. Good. Okay. Full extra. Ooh. Okay. And then last one, 1/2 full doom. Boom. And maybe babies. We're good. Okay, so we got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay, this will be, oh my god, that worked out way too damn perfect, didn't it? 30. Minus full. Minus the portion, a little dibbly dabbly extra. Minus the full portion, and there we fucking go. Alright, let's fucking go. That is way too perfect. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so I was like, we're gonna do the sheets next. No, we're going to do the oh, I did that little fancy stack, and then everything's like falling off. Fuck. Alright, canvas was the next thing. We're done canvas. Nyum. Plunk. 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 I said that we were going to iron sheets and then we're going to interface that or do the interfacing tack downs. Instead, what we're going to do is we're actually going to do the interiors. Since I'm already in cutting mode and everything is clear, right? So that makes more sense to me. And then we'll go into iron sheets. Kind of like, should I iron sheets and cut them as well? And then we do interfacing? Excuse me. Whew. Apparently I have 30 plus 5, but I also feel like yeah, whatever. 30 plus 5 makes sense, I guess, mostly. The other plan we need to make is we need to plan for polypro. Why do I keep clicking it? Okay. D-ring, tab, cuts. Okay. And realistically, I should also go in and cut 30 straps. To kind of match the number we're making right now. I can't believe we're through that roll of canvas. That's awesome. Okay, interiors. I need 25 interiors, and then these interiors actually do work into this bag, like, or the wide width fabric perfectly. So let me just make sure that my mathing is mathing correctly. Okay, so per cut, we get 4 bags worth of interiors. We need 25 interiors, so we need to cut 7. Because it's that times that, because it's each side. And then it's that divided by that. Yeah, 4 bags per. And yeah, if we have 25 bags divided by 4, we need 6.25. So we're cutting 7. And then again, that just rolls over into next week's prep. Oh no, we're a little tiny, eensy, itty bitty amount ahead. Like the most infinitesimal amount ahead that we could be. All right, cutting instructions for our totes that we're prepping for. I did have, the Otacoat's like, I'm out of here. See you later, lady. Okay, cutting instructions. I'm gonna put them on the top of the drawstrings for now because honestly, I don't want to put them under the cat. You just know the cat will get them. That is leather. That is important for this week. These scraps are not. They can go in the bag for now. Good. Okay. Okay, wax canvas needs to move out of here. Kind of want to pop right now. Maybe I should go up and snag that. I was thinking that I might try to put the wax canvas on this, like at least some of it onto that roll. But I don't know what I'm doing yet. I need to get more rolls with wax canvas, I guess is what I'm kind of thinking. But not there yet. Okay. Oh, right. I have new clamps for you. So that you stay the fuck back there. Instead of rolling forward on me all the time. Okay. Let's hold the roll back so we can actually get it rolling. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, Canadian Tire. There we go. All right. Okay, so now what that should do is it should hold it back there. so that I can like unroll and it's not going well, or at least it's not like rolling back and forth. In theory, and actually in practice for the ones up top, because I have this set up for the canvas. Oh hell yeah, that's so much better. How many cuts did I say I needed? 7, right? Not that many. Yeah, because it's 24 and I can 7 cuts. And like I said, then oh no, we're ahead of schedule, or have a small portion of prep ready. Now what I could do here is, because these do actually have to match the, whoa, okay, wait. Oh right, fuck me. Brain wasn't braining. Anyway, I was like, why is it only this size? Why is it only 2 layers? But that's because it's on a roll, not on the like bolt like the other wide back we have. Tiny panic averted. Well, not actually averted. I don't know. No, that didn't happen. Okay. Better. Perfect. No. Better. Yes. By a significant amount. Okay. Bloop. Bloop. Do-do-do-do-doom. Have I ever gotten the square method to work where I like fold it up and then it's like this? Have I ever gotten that to work? I feel like maybe for the gyoza, but then there was a lot of like post prep work. Anyway, the other option we can do is, if I actually take some of the cuts that we're going to use, we can lay them out, because these are the width of the fabrics that we need. And then we really only need to do this once, and then we can go in and do just stack them. So what I say, I need 7 cuts. This is 1 of 7. 1 of 7, 1 of 7, 1 of 7. 1 of 7, 1 of 7, 1 of 7. And the good news is that these should at least kind of stack up proper. Because they were all like in the same stack to cut at the same time. So there shouldn't be a ton of discrepancy. Obviously a little bit, just because fabric is fabric. But you know, better than not. Okay. Trimming time, trimming time. When I go up for lunch, I'm going to check to see how the garage smells. And if it does or doesn't smell. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Okay. 4 bags. Bloop. And yes, we're using, sometimes the shears is better for this. We're using the rotary cutter because my shears really like desperately need a trim right now. Or not trim, a sharpen. I was discovering last night that they are suffering because they couldn't even cut through some of the fabrics. So that is on the list. It's not actually, no, that's a lie. It's not on the list yet. It's on the mental list. It has not been written down, which means it has not made it to the official list yet. It should eventually get on there. Oh well. Oh yeah, I was gonna look up the Ujama sale, wasn't I? I was chatting about that last night. Like, should see, because it would probably be a good way to get some different lining fabrics potentially. I don't know if it's like, because it's a charity sale, I don't know if it's like a discount sale or if it's, I've never been, so I probably should go. Why are you still not cutting? You are nice and sharp. It can, actually, I guess it could be also a patch on the actual cutting table, really. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's almost halfway. Figure out what we're having for lunch. Actually leaning towards chili, I think, for me, but I need to figure out what we're doing for the youngster. The young and there's usually enough variance at that point. It's not the worst thing to start fresh. So I'm going to go 5, 6, 7. A new alignment of fabrics. Fabrique. Okay, no, you need to lay flat. Please. 1, 2, and 3. Three. And then that's 1. Hey, I almost pulled enough off on the original pole that we don't, like, we need to take very little off right now. Sweet. Oh, shoot, I gotta order some stuff today for the booth and for birthday parties coming up, because we've got birthday parties coming up, which is exciting and daunting. Ridiculous. Okay, so there's 2. Yay, and then 3. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. 3, which means 7. 7 in total into your cuts. All the insides are cut. At least the big rough cut, right, really, because now we gotta trim them down, but whatever. Ammon, I know you could do it. If you could unroll, you can roll back up. Thank you. Oh, that feels good. mid-back is like, thank you. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to trim all the half points, then we're going to trim the quarter points, then we're going to trim down the interiors completely. Which means I also need to make sure that these are squared up on this end, because if we're cutting multiple layers, you gotta make sure things are square as possible. They're like close enough for what we were just doing, but they also need to be a little bit closer for actually cutting down. Okay, what time is it? Oh, it's almost 1 o'clock. Okay, 'cause I am getting hungry. Okay, so we'll actually, yeah, so we'll finish up interior cuts and then it'll be dinner time or lunch time. Chili, chili, chili. All right. Wee. Wee. The other thing I could do is I could just cut it in half, really. Yum. You just choppy choppy there. I don't feel like doing that. All right. Shimmy. Shimmy. Good. That one is, the top one is actually a little bit taller. Interesting. Boom. 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 Jadu. Shada. Doom. I guess that's not even God Save Our Queen anymore, is it? It's actually God Save Our King. Jesus. I haven't, like, been out at any proper, like, events for that to be in my consciousness that changed, actually. Also, why that popped into my head right now will remain a mystery. Who the hell knows? Earworms, apparently. Earworms, earworms. There we go. Half. Struggling. Okay. And then the other thing I decided that we're going to do while we're here on one of the previous batches is we're going to wedge it right now. So I just don't even have to think about anything else when I move to the next step. Okay. Like the width and the height are extremely similar. Just gotta make sure that I'm cutting on the right edge. This is the right edge. All right, so if I'm doing, I don't even know how many I'm cutting right now. It doesn't matter. Yeah, because I decided there's 0 point in me, like, not doing this right now? Like, why am I not doing this right now? That layer is very different. So let's make sure that they're mostly lined up. Okay, right in at lunchtime, I was going to double check the things. Okay. So that means that we now have interiors ready for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 ready. Look at us go. Woo. Okay. Now let's make sure. Yeah, if that's headed over that, let's make sure that we've got this trimmed down mostly correctly. Zip. No, that's within tolerances. Okay, cool. And then we're going to do this. That is a square edge at the bottom there, and that is a square edge in the middle. Eee, that is not a square edge. Ooh, that is disgusting. What's going on here with this one? That's not a happy layer. Okay, time to line up the layers. Let's line up the layers. A little bit better. A little bit better. All they need is a little shaking out to line up the layers better. Line up the layers better. Even just a little bit. Line up the layers better. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's not like I'm creating a spacesuit. I mentioned this actually a couple weeks ago when it came up on my feed, but the Rise plushie that went as the zero gravity indicator for this for Artemis 2 was actually like so obviously it was a design challenge that a boy from California won. Super cool. It's like based on the previous Earthrise picture we have, and so the plush is named Rise, but it was actually like made by the seamstresses that do the apparently like the insulating blankets and stuff is my understanding at one of the facilities. So that was super cool. She was like, so Rise ended up carrying all that SD card with all the names that you could like send to space, and she had to like build a pocket. Like, I feel your pain on having to build this pocket for this thing. No. Yes. All right. And then we take this and we fold it. And then we trim it. And then we do the wedging. Do the wedging. It's freaking out, so we're not gonna do it that way this time. Boom. 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 Okay, that's the heights. That's the widths. It better fucking be the width. Yes, okay, good. There is a little bit excess here, so let's trim that down because then we're not sitting there being like, hey, why doesn't it fit? Why is this edge a little bit taller? You know that's how I whine about it. That's not any better than God Save Our King. Okay. Also extremely random. Alright. Everything is good here. Trim it down. Then this will be 12 bag interiors almost ready. And then, yeah, so I'm going to finish up these. Then we're going to go have lunch. And then we're going to go smell the garage and see how fumey it is. And actually, I'll check on how the obi are actually drying. If they are dry, then I'm going to go in and do their second coat because they all need two. So it needs 2 coats to make it like, the first coat will be water resistant. The second coat will be even more water resistant. And it also take up any of the gaps that I like might have missed in the first application. So considering how gross it smelled in there earlier, I think one of the things I will do is I'll move it. I actually have it like right up by the door, but I think I'm going to move it back in the room a little bit. And what I mean by that is so it's underneath my lights. So I can actually like see what the fuck I'm doing a little bit better, because the portion that I was doing in it was a very dim portion of my garage. It's like, great. Really, I should be doing it out on my back deck, but it's cold outside and a little bit windy, and I don't want the pieces like getting sprayed with Scotch Guard and then getting blown off into the freaking tiddlyweeds. Let's not do that. It would not be good. I would be underwhelmed at best. Okay. In half. Is that the correct half point? Everything's lined up over here. Good. 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 And then the other question is, I always say, I wonder this. Actually, do I want coffee or do I want tea today? Actually, that is a better question. Do I want coffee or tea today? Definitely caffeinated. I think I want tea. Well, my coffee this morning was not very good, so maybe I'll make coffee. I don't know. We'll figure. Well, that'll be something that happens while I'm upstairs. We'll figure it out. All right. Boom, 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 boom. This is the straighter edge. So we'll justify that edge over here. Yeah. Okay, we will. Okay, I do want a little bit extra up here because it's a little bit wavery. And we're good here. We got enough to cross the line there. Okay, good. It's not like it needs to be much. Okay, so yeah, I just want to square these up a bit more than I normally do because I feel like that's probably going to be a nicer sewing experience for us all then, especially me. Why do we hold our breaths? Or why do I, at least? I don't know if anyone else does this, but why do I hold my breath when I'm like a rotary cutting? It's like yoga moves. I don't know. Trying to be zen in the moment. All right. Boom. 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 Boom, 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 boom. Doom. 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 Now, technically, I could also do this with the canvas, but I mentally still find that easier once it's on the bags. This makes sense because, like, realistically, all we have to do now, well, I have to do this step before we do the pockets. So once I have pockets cut, we could actually go in and just sew the interiors and then smash them all together once we got the exteriors finished. But that does mess up the production line quality of this whole thing. So does cutting out the wedges also do the same? A little bit. But I feel like it saves me the mental finagling when we're actually at the sewing desk. Because then I'm not sitting at the sewing desk cutting wedging. When it could just happen while we're still in cutting mode, right? So here we are. Let's do this. Really. Okay, we need to trim the half point, the fold point here. And then we need to trim down the width to make sure that it matches. And then we need to cut in half again and do the wedges, and then we're done. Dun, 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 dun. Well, no, we're interiors are ready for production, for sewing. And that's why I think we iron and cut the sheets, even if it makes more sense potentially to like not do it that way. Good. All right. Trim down the side here. Trim down the side here. It likes to shuffle everywhere, but let's trim down the sides. Good. Here. There. Okay. Interiors can get taken off the list. We are actually cranking through this pretty damn good. Okay. Yeah, so we iron sheets. Cut the sheets for pockets. We need to do the interface tack down and then trim it down so we can put it under the steam press. Do the actual steam press, and then we can start sewing. Oh, D-ring tabs and leather. Okay, lunch, and then we can continue, hopefully steamrolling this list. I'll be right back. Okay, I have returned. Satisfied for now. All right, we are ironing. Probably I could have set this board up before I came back online, but apparently that ain't how the brain's working. So let's get it set up now. And we're going to use the quilt board. If you're like, what do you mean the ironing? Yeah, sorry. Mostly off camera. Yay. Boo. I actually need to go for more rivets here coming up too. Just remembering. Okay. What are we doing? Sheets, which means I need to plug the iron in. And then we can get going. All right. Where's my iron? There's the iron. Ew. Water bottle. Water bottle. No. All right. Iron the sheets. Iron the sheets. Iron the sheets. Which means I also need to fill up the water reservoir. Okay, good. It's like, I hope I turn the mic back on because I do have a bad habit of not doing that, but we're good. Yay. Okay, pretty sure that dim in the light was the fact that the iron actually is already hot. And crazily enough, what I end up using for refilling my iron is spray bottles because I find that it, like instead of having to do a funnel or something like that, it actually like fills it the best. I have already broken the water spout thing off of this one, and apparently you need to clean in between the sole plate and the reservoir, but you know, it can happen later. Okay. So this iron, by the way, was a replacement for my Rowento, which finally bit the dust. What, last year? Yeah, last summer, I think. It had been slowly dying anyway. It was time. And I will say the one thing, this iron works really well. It probably works as well as my Rowenta, or better. But the one thing that Rowenta was superior on versus this one is that it was far easier to see where the water was. Like the water level, if you were at the max or not on the Rowenta, whereas this one's, I actually find it pretty difficult. Anyway. Nothing to actually complain about, really. Just more of an observation, I guess. Now, I did cut a template yesterday for these. I need to go back in and just, again, because the measurements are so close, we need to double check which direction it goes, because some of these are, well, this is obviously more directional than we normally do for pockets. There we go. I'm like The elastic channel is being a dork. Okay. Iron this corner of it. And then, yeah. This is why when I was realizing that I really don't want to do the smaller cuts out of sheets, because I'm like, interfacing this thing would be a beast. And with so many of the like cuts having curves and stuff like that, you really do want it to be like already interfaced before you do like at least I find it's easier to cut the curves and stuff like that rather than trying to like adhere interfacing to a curved piece, because it's like I don't know, I just find it difficult. And it gets stuck to the steam press and stuff like that, like way easier, right? So, okay. I do have it folded in half. I am not expecting a perfect press. If there's anything like really bad after we cut it, we could always go back in and iron it. But really, as long as I'm flattening out the majority of this, it's going to look the same or better than the broadcloth, so I'm not worried about it. Big thing I want to get ironed out is the elastic channels, so because they are crinkly. This is the blue and white striped one. Now we did add some fabric since I decided what was going to get what pockets. So we'll see if we can get everything out of like made / cut from the 2 sheets that never mind. I did actually pull 2 other pieces out that would work. So we'll see what works. And what I'm hoping is we're able to get all 3 of the hedgy bags line or pockets out of the hedgy crib sheet that I found. It's adorable. Again, these are all thrifted. They have been washed and dried since I brought them home. I'm not going to give you dirty pockets. Gross. But yeah, a lot of them actually came from Value Village, which is one of the thrift stores in Canada. And I find that they actually have the best price typically on like bedding and stuff like that. But also a good part of them actually came from what's called the Goodwill bins. So it's like the last ditch. Like the next stop for it is garbage, right? So obviously we would much prefer, and like they're in like this thing didn't have any staining or anything like that, so. All right, there is the one done and ready to go. Just one last double check, make sure there's no like egregious holes or anything like that. I don't see anything. I know I just ironed it. We're not folding it back up right now. Sucks to be you, sheet. Okay, good. I'm like, I better have like taken the elastic out of a lot of these because that is the one worst thing about freaking upcycling the sheets is getting the elastic out. And I remember this crib sheet being particularly egregious in its like desire to not give up its elastic. So oh yeah, we'll definitely get all the hedgy pockets out of this. And actually we might get some of the, like, with the crib sheet, especially if we're cutting it down for pockets, it's going to get quite a bit smaller, quite a bit faster. Wonder if we could, if we'll end up with enough to like do the, I think I said that I was going to do minis out of the rest of the, oh, we were going to do Cambridges out of the hedgies. But if there's enough fabric, then we'll do minis. But this would even be a cute like front pocket lining for the Cambridge, or like the plain, what I would do the plain fabric call for, right? So this would be cute. Anyway, that is actually, there's a few fabric, like few animal prints I normally get when I'm in Japan that I did not see a lot of this time. One of them being rabbits, which was wild, and the other was hedgies. So I was like, okay.
Oh, yummy.
Yeah, is lunch good?
Eat all my medals.
Good job. That's gonna make you feel better, hey? If you had told me when I started this making journey that I would be ironing sheets, I would have looked at you like I was you were crazy. I feel like the ethos around consumption has changed quite a bit since I was started making though too, to be honest. Or at least more people are more aware of it in my echo chamber for sure. I'm more aware of it too. Tell which side I gave up on and just hacked the elastic off because I was like, this is tearing too much fabric. It's actually more efficient and better for like fabric to not try to like seam rip it, like to actually just trim it off. Cute. Excellent. It's all over the place print too, so we don't need to do any like real finagling to get it actually in proper orientation.
Drinking all my soup.
Good job. Belly full?
Yes.
Good.
I still don't.
No, that's okay. I'm not expecting you to feel like all the way better yet. they're very concerned that they're headed to school today if they feel better. It's like, no, you're staying home. This is a nice, just like checkered print slash ginghamy, gray and white, so it's very neutral. Actually, let's try to spread this out this way, just to get that elastic edge done, and then it kind of, yeah, there we go. Okay. Fold it, spread it. theory, what I should be able to do is just, actually, I wonder if I can just spread it this way. No, you have to do the rest of it across. But now, since we did that corner and the elastic, we can just do this portion instead of having to like continue to shift it back and forth. Learning curves. Okay, there's the plaid done. And then I really want the yellow one because I think that's going to suit a lot of the sheets or a lot of the pockets. It's like this really nice white, off-white and yellow stripe. I think, by the way, it seems like if you're looking for cotton sheets, IKEA is the way to go. That's why I ended up getting the kids' sheets. Although this does actually feel a lot nicer than theirs is. But it's like so hard right now to find sheets that are actually made from cotton. It's like, what the fuck? Oh, okay, this is actually a flat sheet. That will make it easier to iron. I am still gonna fold it in. Okay. Can I just like, is it too wide? It's too wide. Okay, so we gotta fold it in half that direction. Oh, it's a duvet cover. Never mind. This is not a flat sheet. This was a duvet cover. Maybe. Given those like those look like buttonholes or something like that. I think that's what this is. Anyway, I don't know. Duvet cover, flat sheet, same, right? I bet whoever had it made for like a nice bright cheery room. Okay, do I need to, no, we're still good on water. Good. Ooh, nice and sunny. Clouds must cleared off. I forgot to go smell the garage. I know that sounds wild, but I wanted to figure out if it was still fumey or if I could go do the second layer of Scotch Guard and make it fumey again, but like, because last time I sprayed down here in the like fabric room, and I just left it overnight. So I'm wondering if I could go do the second coat right now or not. I feel like I probably could. It's been well over an hour, but we'll finish ironing and then I'll go check. Kind of like, do I need more sheets? I've got 2 more pieces of fabric here, but really, I think what we have is good enough for what we're making. Although if I just iron the next 2, then again, we're like that little bit ahead for next set. So yeah, let's do that. Since I'm already here, may as well. And there's a piece of packing paper on the stairs, and I thought it was Flynn for a moment, but he is sleeping behind the laptop, so like behind you guys, chilling like a cat should. All right, almost got all of the sheets ironed. We will do the last 2, and then we will cut everything so that like all that's left is interfacing and sewing, which really, given that I was like, hell, we've got to get going. We're cooking. I love it. Does look like I probably should iron the sheet on the back a little bit. Just give it a little bit of extra TLC. So maybe we'll do that next. Does it? No, we're good. Okay. Sweet. So that is actually a lot of bags right there. A lot of pockets right there. And then this one isn't actually even as... Oh no, famous last words. So I was like, this one isn't as wrinkled. Yeah, it is, Katie. Apparently I need a little bit larger quilt table for this, or ironing board for this though. Now, to the best of my abilities, I have gotten... Dinosaurs? Anyway, yeah, to the best of my ability, I've tried to stick to the 100% cotton sheets. I know that in the stash there is a couple that are like 50-50. 50 cotton, 50 poly, mostly because it's just hard to tell sometimes until you can get it off the rack and actually look at the tags. So, as a heads up. But yeah, given the fact that it's been really hard to even find cotton sheets, I'm surprised that I'm even finding anything at the thrift for this, so. This one's a really delicate kind of like blue leaf pattern on white. So it's cute. And then the last one we have, I think it might actually be a tablecloth. I can't remember. And at this point, it doesn't matter. It's got like a, I don't know. It's like navy background with orange, white, and sand colored motif on it. Time to put some water in. That was like the last gasp of water. Okay, we're almost done this sheet. And then, yeah, one more. And then we'll cut the, no, then we go check the OB upstairs. And then we head in and do pockets. And then we reheat the iron and do the interfacing tack down. Okay. this one. This one's got like, so it's blue, orange. I don't know what you would call the motif exactly. Savage floral or something. I want to call it boho, but I feel like that is not a good description / like acceptable term anymore, which is perfectly fine. Okay. This is quite a wide piece, so shoot. Does it need to be ironed? No, actually just the edges need to be ironed so that they're pressed out. Okay, cool. That makes all of our lives easier. So let's open it up completely then. We'll just iron out the hems. K-A-H. Okay, ironing done. I'm gonna go smell the garage. And check and see if we're ready to ready to add the next thing of Scotch Guard. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes or less. Just pack this up so it's out of our way again. There we go. All right, BRB again, and then we'll come do the pockets time. All right, we're back. We are on to pockets. On to pockets, on to pockets, on to pockets. Pocketo. And then interfacing. It still stinks in the garage, but well, actually, it doesn't smell as bad as it did when I went out originally, which is good. It has dispersed quite quickly. But I was able to, and also I was able to do the second coat for the Scotch Guard, so now it smells again. But at least we're doing the second coat so that like it's gonna dry. Okay. Now I do have a picture of the ones that we were going to do with the yellow. Oh, actually, it did end up getting rid of a couple of those. Oh, did I? I hope I included the owls in that, but oh well. If I didn't, I didn't. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for the yellow. And okay, actually, we'll start with the hedgehogs because the hedgehogs are 3. And then we have 10 for the yellow, and then we'll figure out the rest of them because we added more fabrics than I intended yesterday. And again, well, and realistically, if we cut it all down and then I decide, whoop-de-doo, oh no, most of the linings are the same color now, so it's like, it's just the pockets that are different. Yay. Okay. Width and height. Width and height is the concern. That's the width. So now if it's directional, we know which is the width and which is the height. And we need, so this is the Kato pockets. Need 2. So in the case of the hedgehogs, I think what we'll do is we'll actually fold it down lengthwise for the, like, for how the it would have been oriented in the crib. So there's 2 layers. So that should actually be 3 sets of pockets right here already. Super easy, hopefully. And then what I'm hoping is it's like we have enough that we can use some of this stuff for like other products made from the hedgehog fabrics. Which there are not a lot, there's not a lot of hedgehog fabric left, to be fair. Okay, actually, can I do 1 and then can I fold it again? Because that would be 2 Kato worth of pockets, and then that's too small, I think. And since there is no directionality, do we need to care? One, 2, cool. Okay. And I'm going to ignore, or I'm going to cut around the really messed up part from the elastic, to be honest. Okay. Side by side. Side by side. Cutting up a little crib sheet. Super cute pockets, super cute pockets, super cute pockets. They need to be cut in half. Do. Okay, so that's extremely obvious what bags these are going to get paired up with, which is the amazing thing. Now we're going to cut the next and last set of hedgy pockets, and then we'll go into the other ones. that is an oddball remnant, but that's okay. Ah, success. Nice full job. All right, so there is the first set of pockets. 3 sets of pockets actually ready. That's done. That's going back there. And then what I have, so that's, okay, so we need 32 sets of pockets. I had 9 pockets intended for the yellow and white stripes. And honestly, I think we probably could just put that with the majority of them. But let's start there, and then we'll branch out into the other ones that we prepped. Where did they go? Over there. Oh, right, and then the decision kind of was, it's like, all right, we may as well just cut all of it and have that in some ways. Okay, let's see how this fits together. We're just going to trim straight across the top here because there are holes on both sides of this. There, or straight-ish across. Ish is the best reasoning. Okay, width. Look at that. Jesus, it's really windy outside. All right, so there and there. Amazing. Like, can't get much better than that. Sweet. Okay, so in other words, let's, because I did do a warbly cut up there, let's scoot just a bit, and then we'll cut along the bottom here. And then we just know that we need to trim down the widths after this. Make sure that we're still good. We're still good. Okay, and then actually, boom, boom. So there's 2 sets of pockets. Okay, so the IKEA duvet covers. Big thumbs up for ease of pocket making. Which is good, because I've got like 2 more of them in the, well, at least this style. The other, I don't know, ones I have in the, still have in the fabric side are a little bit different style, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. Yeah. Okay, and then that can go for Shannon, and that goes in for the scrap basket. So there's 2 sets of pockets. Now we're going to go into this next one. Three, 4. Five, 6. Okay. All right, if you're just joining, we're working on pockets for Kato. We've got 6 cut out of the yellow so far. We've got 3 hedgy ones out of the crib sheets, which is so cool. Yeah, and we're just, you know what, honestly, we're going to cut down all these pockets. I know I'm supposed to be sewing. But since we're already in the flow state of this portion, at least of this, it's not going to add that much time to cut more pockets. I did not cut interiors for the bags that we're going to work on next week, but if I'm cutting down a sheet, I may as well cut it all down. So that's 2, 6, 8, because each of these cuts is two bags worth of pockets. And we're literally just halfway through this cover, so yeah, like we may as well trim down the rest of it. Actually, if I'm halfway through this cover, then what we should have done is like folded it and cut four layers, but that's okay. Don't know what we don't know, but it does look like that's pretty damn close to halfway. Yeah, we got like this much left. Cool. Okay, good to know. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cuts. So we're going to be able to get like, actually we're going to be able to get all 24 bags basically out of, or we're going to be able to get 24 bags worth of pockets out of this one duvet cover. Which, cool, I'll take it.
Now I have to clean up my table.
Okay, do you want to move that rolly chair and then you can sit down in your chair? Here.
What's this? Oh.
Who knows? Looks like tape. There you go, honey. Then you can sit down at your table if you want. Since that's Mama's stuff that's in your way. Okay, so what happens if I fold this in half? Because realistically, if I fold this in half now, I should be able to do just 3 cuts since it was an even 6, really. We will cut from the full, no, not from the fold line, from the top here with the loose ends. Adjust for the fact that both these layers have holes in them. And go from there. Zoom. Zoom. Excellente. Okay. What?
I need to pick up something that can hold this paper. Nice.
You can use a weight. Here, use the flour. And a hobbit. And a bin. How's that?
Good.
Okay. Yeah, next time, cut it off the roll when you're done drawing on it, okay? Because then you only have to pin down the bottom ones.
But that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay this time. Next time.
I'm going to make something for you.
Okay, thank you. Go, and then we're going to go in here. We'll just trim this down so that everything's nice and even. Along the bottom of the pockets. And we had that wiggle room that I'm not worried about it, like impeding our cuts or anything like that. Okay.
Mama, this is going to be a surprise.
Okay, thank you. Let me know when you're done and I'll come over to you, okay? Okay. There we go. Okay. So that was 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Apparently a bit of a disagreement about where the layers are supposed to be. There we go. And then this is not going to be a full portion up here yet because we're cutting in 3s. So that's fine. I don't expect it to be yet. Okay. Hey, look at that. And then a nice small portion to be able to do like other things. Woohoo. This portion up here above the Kato pockets. That'll be good for like probably not belt bag, but for minis, I think it might fit at least a couple pieces. I think this summer we'll probably start piecing a lot of the pockets, given that like apparently I keep losing pieces of the pockets. Right? So we might start Frankensteining some pockets just so we're not wasting fabric there as well. Because again, why not sort of thing, right? So, all right, I am going to do even up cuts here, and then we will do width cuts to get them to the correct size. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so that's the half mark right here. We'll trim that afterwards. This is the width mark here. I don't need the measuring thing for that right now because it's the same width as like everything else basically. That's in the Shannon pile. Good. And these. Just need to trim down this direction. Again, we are cutting more than what we need right now, given that next week we're just going to dive back in to more Kato. So really there is 0 point while I'm processing sheets to not do just more of them. Although we will probably call it at the 2 that I had originally picked out, just so that it's like all good. But okay, there we go. Maybe, I don't know, we'll figure it out here. 'Cause I'm also thinking about like I'm still trying to coordinate a little bit with what we're going to put into stuff. So it's a little bit like, what would these go with based on what we cut yesterday? So, and given that they all have the same lining, valid questions are had. Okay, I guess I should have kept a count still going just to be like, all right, how many do we actually have? Oh well. Oh well, what else do we have to do? Interfacing, D-rings, and tabbities, like leather, the labels. Okay, that does need a bit of cleanup on both edges. Nothing, oh wait. Nope, we don't have space for that on that end, that's fine. It's actually good. This edge could use a little bit of TLC. All right, last couple sets here. Okay. Turn, trim. At least it wasn't the rock on your toe. All right, to Shannon, to the scrap bag. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Mama, I
9,
got something to show you.
10, 11, 12. All right, what's up? Wow. Love it. Is that a heart, like, sun?
Oh, I forgot it to put
I like
sun.
I like the butterfly flowers.
Thank you. We got it to put sun.
Okay. Good news is we're still here. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 17, 18. 19, 20. Really? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, okay. All good. 20. So we got 10 bags worth of pockets. No, 20 bags worth of pockets. That is 20 bags. 40 pockets. Okay.
Now it's with Mom.
Oh, okay.
Now I can show you it, but this time with the sun.
Ooh.
Mama.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, I love it. I love how everything looks so happy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You can hang it up somewhere.
Okay, I will have to figure out where to hang it after work, okay?
Okay.
All right. What are you going to do now?
I'm going to make a present when Goods gets home.
Present for your
Lewis.
your sibling. Yep. All right. One stack of pockets done. So the other one that I planned to actually cut was this one, the strippity stripes, blue ones instead this time. Given how that just went, I have a feeling we're going to end up with more than I anticipated, which is fine, to be honest. I guess we'll find out here in a moment. Okay. Now the question becomes, do I square up the top, or do I do like we did with the crib sheet and like wiggle around where we're going? I feel like I should almost trim that top portion just so we can just like, okay, actually let's see how tall this. Good job not being able to see the numbers, Katie. Okay, so pockets have to run up and down on the stripes, in my opinion. IMO. It's 1 meter, basically. And then there are a couple places where there are a couple little like seam ripper mistakes. Okay, so well, sorry, it's actually 2 meters, I guess, would be the better description. So I'd be able to do 2 cuts like this. Okay, yeah, we're going to cut the top off here and just do that from there.
I'm only using the primary colors because those wicks the primary colors.
Okay.
It's yellow, blue, and red.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I don't think we can get, I don't think that's tall enough for another pocket either direction. No. Okay, so we're going to cut that across there. Because here's the thing, we can use this fabric for other bags then. All right, so whatever. Okay. Let's even everything back up again. And then I think we're going to trim down. Yeah, we're going to trim off the elastic edge for sure. And then there's a little bit of a corner gap there. Because honestly, so yeah, actually, there, that works right there like that. 1, 2. And if we cut it from here like this, then I can like, this actually gives us more usable fabric. Okay, let's go. Right here. Like this. And right here. And then we'll make sure everything's evened up so that we get like the correct cuts. Okay, and then see this opens up. Boom, boom, And honestly, I wonder if, no, that's not tall enough for another set of pockets, but like that is a significant amount of fabric to save by just cutting on the fold. So that's that. Next, we're just going to even up all our stuff here like that. Good. Good. And then we'll square up the bottom here at least. There we go. Right. Okay. Actually, we'll square up the sides first, and then we'll square up the bottom. And then that'll take care of any like little dings from the seam ripper or anything like that. And if I do that correctly, we can use what we can use for bookmarks. Zoom. Yeah, there's definitely some good fabric in there still for that sort of thing. Small cuts. And this will just go into the scraps for Shannon. Whee. Okay, there we go. Another, just 'cause. And that apparently was folded underneath. Yay. And I have. Nice.
He's going to be so surprised. When you see this picture for him, he's going to be so surprised.
And that's awesome.
I hope he likes it.
I'm sure he will. Okay, now you're going to take it upstairs?
Yes, Mama.
Whoa. Is it a heart alien? Or
No.
heartless?
It's not a heartless.
No?
It's this decoration.
Okay. You're going to take it upstairs and then you can give it to them when they get home?
I can't wait to give this to him. When he gets home, he'll be so surprised.
Mm-hmm.
He
All right.
will be
Hey.
like, did you use the primary colors?
It's pretty obvious to use the primary colors. All right, there are 4 pockets here. 2, 3, 4.
Oh, because he loves the primary colors.
Yep. All right, Sweet Pea. I am online. All right. We gotta stop mentioning people's names, okay?
Mama,
Yes, kiddo.
do I go watch? Oh yeah, I do. That got a castle. Remember?
What?
That watch. I got the castle on it. Remember that watch?
Oh, that's not a watch.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
But
just a bracelet.
Yeah, it's a bracelet. That's right. All right. Take that upstairs if you want to give it to them when they get home, okay?
I hope that's what we get. It's a surprise.
Good.
I have to wrap it up if I can. In more paper. I have to wrap it up in more paper. I have to put this
The curse and the blessing of a microphone that picks everything up. All right, so that was 4 pockets, and then I think this is going to be, yes, ma'am.
Can I have a box if you got one?
No, I don't have a box.
Empty?
I don't have an empty box right now. Sorry.
But can you
Actually,
empty
there's
a box?
wait, no, there's one beside the chair there at the desk, the red chair.
Oh, the one that George made.
Mom, you can use it.
Oh. Mama,
Yes,
this is what Felix made.
that's not the one I was talking about. Oh, that one? You can use that.
But I got taped on Felix.
It's okay. You can take the tape off. They decorated the other one. So you can use that one. 2, 3, 4. Okay. 8 pockets sets.
I'm going to use this box as a toilet.
And so we got 20 yellow stripes, 3 hedgehogs, blue
But I need this.
sketch stripes, 8. And then, all right, if the child keeps talking, then I do actually have to head out because, yeah. Okay, let's cut down the last 2, and then if we need pockets for stuff, we have we've got more than enough material then, and it's not a big concern. Okay, there, and then here. Oh right, this is a flat sheet, so that's actually a lot easier to work with in some ways. Okay, so I'm going to actually. It's folded in half lengthwise right now. I'm going to fold it in half. Or no, sorry, fold it, yeah, and then fold it in half. I don't know, whatever. Whatever. I'm just going to fold it so that I can get as much cut as efficiently as possible. So, like that. So that looks like it's probably the proper width for the pockets. Yeah. And we can kind of avoid this hemline a little bit, but that's fine because actually the hemline being included here, since it's not super crinkly, is fine because we would end up with, it's worked into the seam allowance as long as that bottom layer is good. And then it's going to be this width anyway. Cool. And then it looks like we can actually probably eke out 3 sets of pockets. 1, 2. Yeah, it's not even an eking out, it just is. Okay. Sure.
Oh, come on.
Let's cut the height first then. Like right here. Okay, 1. What is some of the sayings that you hear kiddos learning from preschool and they drive you nuts? One of them is the sharing is caring one, to be honest. Sharing is caring, but it's it becomes a little bit I don't know. I'm not wholly against it, but at the same time I'm we don't always need to share. It's okay not to share sometimes. And then the other one that's come in recently is you get what you get and you don't get upset. And I'm I don't fully, it's with the best of intentions. I understand it then. But I don't know. I'm torn about them. Bookmarks bookmarks. And then we're going to do the bottom one here. Okay. Then we're going to turn and trim.
Mama, I did it.
Nice.
I made Fuchs's present.
Awesome. Can you take it upstairs? Cool. All right.
Mama,
Yes.
I'm going to put somewhere.
Okay. Put somewhere you can find it.
it somewhere.
Okay. As long as you can find it, we're good. All right, what are you doing now?
Now I go to watch.
Sounds like a good idea. Have more of a rest. To also have a break. Yep. All right, there is 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're gonna have 12 of the blue floral, blue like leaves. And how many fabrics did we select last night? Like, so we've got something like 30-ish that needed all their interior stuff. And then there was what, like, how many did we select for work next week? I can't even remember. Like, wait, there's like 1 or 2 that weren't fully unfolded. There we go. Okay. $20.43. Okay. Yeah, we'll cut up the next couple pieces. Probably the same. So this is the gray plaid one. I wonder if I'm able to get a set of pockets out of the top here. Maybe. Ooh. I can't do them by height, but it looks like I probably could make it work by width. So that would be 2 more sets of pockets. We are going to slice it off anyway because honestly working with it straight was far easier on the other one. So let's, hell, even if we like trim a little bit down from that edge that's there, I think we'll be good. So like do this and this. That, what it should do is it should allow us to get 2 sets of pockets from this portion. Hell yeah. Excellent, because then I can actually even trim the majority of the elastic casing warble that's left off, like that, or not. Come on. Apparently I didn't go past far enough, of course. Okay, there we go. And then Actually, let's trim this portion first. Good. Good, good, good. I'm gonna go in here. Good, good, good. More usable fabric if I justify this way. Okay, and then we're going to turn it this way. All right. Two more sets. Okay. I think what we're... Oh, okay. So we need to do the same on the other end. Because I forgot that there's actually two ends to this. Haha. Okay. It really does feel like it was a lot of work for two sets of pockets, but all right. Okay, we're going to do the same thing here. We're just going to cut with a buffer. Okay, there's 4. And then, okay, so this is already in half, and it feels like we probably can fold it in half again here, hey? Maybe? No, that feels a little too skinny now that I've actually done it. Too skinny. Okay, so let's unfold like this, and then let's actually go this way maybe, like that. And then this, or is that still too skinny? That's too skinny. Okay. One, and then we'll definitely get another set from there, and we can get another set from this if I open it up. Okay. So let's trim this out. So we may as well, again, be as efficient as we can. So it feels like maybe 3 sets. 3 cuts. Not 3 sets. There's definitely more than 3 sets here. But, like, yeah. Okay, and then I want that out. Cool. Okay, so there's, so what we got? 4, 5, 6, 8.
When is the end of the day?
We're still a ways away from the end of the day.
It's much faster when I'm not.
I bet. If you're feeling better, you can go back tomorrow, okay?
I can tell you if I'm not feeling better.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's thinking my iPad is thinking if I can watch.
Oh no, the pause.
When can I watch iPad? Huh? Oh yeah. I can't watch.
Why not?
My iPad says no, you can't. No, you can't. When I pushed this button. What?
There you go. Mama just needed to walk over. It's the rule of tech.
Yeah.
Okay. Bookmark fabric. I feel like these will, the gray and white plaid here will probably mostly end up in the like the family clan ones. That would make sense. 1, 2, 2, 6, 8, 10. I have a feeling. 12. 14. No, 13. Lucky number 13. All right. Nope, not quite. Okay, so 13 plaid. Which way? This way? And the right heights? More of the right heights will do this. Okay. Cool, and then the last one is that one that's got the, whatever this motif is. Savage floral, I don't know what to call it. That's not even like an accurate description either. So, although at the same time, I kind of, as much as I'm like, this should be pockets for Kato, it's like such a good print for, do you know what? No. Yep. That's a good print for the interiors of the traveler slings and like the bigger ones and stuff like that. So let's not do that today. All right. Plus, we definitely have more than enough for what we're currently working on. And I'm hungry, so I'm gonna go have a little bit more of my like lunch. And then I'll come back downstairs and we will settle in to do the interfacing. So, which is the next step for today. We are, like I said, cracking along on this quite nicely. BRB. right, we are back to do the interfacing. Yes. Okay, so I think we're gonna move the quilt board up onto the table here. And like we actually don't have that much to particularly interface actually. So hopefully it's just super straightforward and easy and done. I am actually kind of impressed with how much we have gotten done today. So let's see what else we can wrap up on before I need to head out for the other youngster and then book club. Okay. Now, we've got a big old stack over here. Excuse me. Alright, some of these do have. There's the stack without the interfacing. We ended up with a bunch that I was like, oh, these are partially finished, so we may as well add them to the pile today. So yeah. You know, because we don't have enough. We don't actually have enough, but we also don't have enough time either, so we'll see what happens here. So this shouldn't actually take that long to warm up. It should still be a little bit warm from what we're doing. I am going to have a sit while we do this, because why not? And then, oh, okay. I think the best way to fit these is this direction. So I'll try laying them out first, and then we'll see. Although at the same time, I think that might leave a really big gap here. So if it doesn't work, like in theory, I should be able to get 3 across, but I don't think I can, unless we want to continuously be piecing, interfacing up the side. Yeah. Okay. So could I do like 1? Because like this strip here is really good for, yeah, okay. Let's actually do it this way then, because at least then they're all the same height, or in theory are. I feel like this almost needs to be trimmed down a bit. And then that should leave us with a good, oh, never mind, maybe not. Anyway, okay. Well, let's do this. So basically what we're doing right now is we're not going to fully adhere the interfacing to the fabric, or to the fabric to the interfacing. What we are doing, however, is we are doing what I call a tack down, so that I'm not fussing with the fabric and the interfacing when we go over to the steam press, basically. It's like that is adhered enough for now that now we can just go about our day and our prep and come back to it with the steam press, essentially. So like, yeah, like that lifting, but whatever. It's still gonna go into the steam press and get properly adhered. So, oh yeah, that's supposed to be shorter. Whoops. Oh well. Let's trim that down afterwards, if I remember. But that still leaves less extra interfacing here for us to worry about. So anyway, this is something that I do with like the kimono and the obi, because what I was noticing that I was spending a inordinate and annoying amount of time on was matching the interfacing up with the edges of the fabric. So now with this like tacked down like this, I don't need to do that either. It's really, really, really nice. So I think at this point we'll probably end up being able to get to the... Oh. Okay. Sorry, there's something from the school, so let me just... Oh, okay. Reading glasses found. Not mine. All right, we are working on the last-ish step before sewing. We're doing the tack down of the fabric onto interfacing. We have all the pockets cut, and honestly, the majority of the pockets, even for next week's work, are cut as well, because I was like, me as well. So these are getting tacked down, then we'll trim them and put them under the steam press. And then it's cut them in half and get to the sewing table. So we'll see what happens. We'll see. I'm not going to promise anything, but there is a slim potential that this is actually going to work. If you're curious what we're actually making, these are the Kato Drawstring Bags by Kandou Crafts. Always popular, so I'm happy to make them. Yeah, we're just kind of trying to crack along because I have Hanami, which is a pop-up event with Ancient Arts Yarns on Saturday, April 18th, and then we have a pop-up and then we're at, I guess they're technically pop-ups. We have a Market with Peace Fibre Festival up in Dawson Creek on April 26th. So hopefully we'll see you at one of those events. And if not, I may try to get these online before Otafest. And if not, anything remaining after, actually, yeah, I'm not going to promise anything until the beginning of June for an online update, but we will have a June online update. And we are actually already working with the fabrics that I picked up from Japan in February/March. We got back in March. I think this is one of the fastest turnarounds for actually starting to use the fabrics. So yay us for that. Yeah, I am extremely pleased that we're already getting them incorporated. Usually it takes me like 2 to 3, 4 months sometimes. We did also have a much lower stock of our fabrics, I think, than I have before heading back to Japan. So it's been busy for the last few years, guys. Thank you so much. Always appreciate it. Even more so right now when everything is so uncertain for so many people. Yumpity bumpties. Those that needed to be pulled out. All right, go. Oh, some of these are so good. So the majority of these are new fabrics, or fabrics that at least we haven't made into Kato bags, or like, yeah, I would put them at like 95% new. There's definitely some that we've done before, like this cat face, debonair cats with scarves. We've definitely made bags with before. I distinctly remember even a small box bag heading up to Peace Fibre Festival. So, but a lot of it is like stuff that's on its last legs, i.e. not a lot left if this isn't the final cut sort of thing too. So hedgies, which got put on earlier, are obviously ones that have been around for a little while. These kitty cats are new. Now that I see it cut and like how this is probably going to come together, I'm like, hell yes. And like Fuji here, oh my god. Gotta make some orders for, yeah, gotta make some orders for a few things for the booth. So we got like 5 more to put on. 1, 2, 3. I usually try to avoid that because I hate having to like hang on to the interfacing for next week. But since we are doing the next round so rapidly, we'll just ignore it. Or I could just add the hedgehogs to the next week's pile. Actually, that's more likely what I'll do. Apparently standing and pushing an iron around, or sitting and pushing an iron around, makes your shoulder cranky. My goodness. I guess it kind of makes sense, but cool. We're almost through this roll of interfacing again. I have another up there. It's already up there waiting to like, just waiting. So that's good. All right. Okay. Unplug the iron because we don't need the iron anymore. This is all steam press work now. So this is what I mean by trim. There's that trim, and then we split the two pieces. They only get they get pressed one piece at a time. And then I trim down this excess interfacing from here so that in the hopes it won't like yeah. Stuff and sundries. Stuff and sundries. Oh yeah, I also got the obi for the Dundurn totes that are upcoming. Scotch guarded. I also did one of the traveler slings that was chilling here waiting to be finished because I was like, well, we're setting up the table for this anyway, so that's good. And basically it would need like a day to dry anyway. They are not priority for this week. The Kato are priority for this week, so I'm not worried about it. But I did want to get them done because I would like to get them done for peace. Like I'm gonna get 40 freaking more Kato done and the Dundurn. But you know, if it's not ready to go, you never know what you're gonna get done, right? So we're also not gonna touch small box bags because I have enough of them. We do have like, I don't know, 25, 30 more to do in the bin, but that's fine. I'm not gonna focus on them this week either. And we're probably not gonna do any more small box bags right now until after Otafest. We need to make the plans for Otafest though, because I definitely want some of the items that I've been thinking of, like the midline for cost items. So we need to maybe I'll plot that out while we're driving back from Peace. That's what I'll work on. I don't know. Mm-hmm.
My eyebag is a roll.
Oh, okay. How did you decide that? All right, just about there. Got about another hour, and then I'm gonna head out. Still trying to figure out what to feed the kids for dinner. I think I might cook some maybe just like tortellini with butter. Classic kid dinner, and then I can have a sandwich or something. A little bit lighter. But I know they'll enjoy the tortellini, and then that's a good lunch for tomorrow too. Yeah, that's all we'll do. So I'll head out around, I don't know, 4:30, 4:45? 45 minutes or so. Because it won't take very long to boil the noodles, but it does take a little bit of time. Actually, yeah, 4:30, because I was saying that we should have tortellini and zucchini because they rhyme. Fry up some zucchini slices, basically. Okay, we are ready for the steam press. Almost, well, no, sorry, one more cut, and then we'll be ready for the steam press. Like I said, I wrote that list yesterday, and I thought I was being overly ambitious, and apparently we're doing pretty decent. We probably won't, the D-rings and the leather labels won't get done today, but really, we've gotten almost everything else done, so I can't complain. And I'm not complaining. So let's get the steam press and pull it over. It's got quite a bit of water in it too. Oh right, the other bottle of distilled water is over here anyway, because I did the mix for the spraying of the obi. That's right. My goodness, I need to get the rest of this stuff a little bit better integrated into where it's supposed to go. I.e., I need to fold and place the kimono and obi in the fabric side of the studio because, yeah, that's where they belong, and they are still out here instead. Oh, that is something that can happen afterwards. I can't be too worried about it right now. Okay. I always turn it all the way up. Well, not always, but most of the time we turn it all the way up. Maybe to our detriment. I don't know. Why do I feel like those wheels are locked? Oh well. Alright. crack open this other pop for a little bit of caffeination. I did just try to decide if I wanted coffee or tea, and I decided neither. But I think I'll have a coffee tonight with book club. Because why not? Come home. And if it doesn't smell in the garage, go for at least a walk. I'm supposed to do I was supposed to do 7K yesterday. I haven't done any running, guys. I have a half marathon in 6 weeks. Yeah, I'm supposed to do 7 miles on Wednesday. I will not do that. I'm going to actually, I think, move my long runs back to Mondays. Because honestly, Wednesday worked for the marathon training, but it's just not working right now. Well, honestly, just the whole training program right now is not working because I'm not training. Training program can't work if you don't train. So. What time is it? Not even 4. Heating up, heating up, heating up. Almost all heated up. Dun, 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 dun. Ugh. If it's because I haven't, it's the steam press would smell really off, but it must be because I haven't used it for quite a while. Okay, actually we're gonna pop these on the cart that the steam press came off of, and that'll be their flat surface. I was like, this is a convenient place to put my drink, and now I'm like, oh, right, okay. Oh, right, we decided to trim this afterwards when we could do it along the fold anyway, or something like that. All good. I think it is a little bit too tall for what we do, even though we've adjusted the pattern. I think it's actually too tall, not just, oh, we can jiggle this couple things around sort of thing. And actually, when I look at it, it's not egregiously too tall. Okay, this is 3. on to the steam pressing of the Kato bags. We are nearly through all of the tasks that I set myself today, which, hi, impressive. One thing I added that we probably won't get to at least before I go head out for kiddo and book club is the D-ring matching up. Oh. And yeah, so we need to do D-rings, and we're also not going to get the like leather labels like ready to go, which is fine. We don't need them until like after we sew the canvas on. So I think what I'll do is, that is one of the things we'll actually work on tonight, is getting the leather lined up and pressed onto the interfacing. And then tomorrow, we'll start in on the D-ring tabs, although I actually do think that I might have enough of them cut already. We're gonna have to see what I actually have on hand, and then just figure it out from there. And we did also get the, or I got the obi, the royal we. I got the obi and the, yeah, for the Dundurn and etc. Scotch guarded, so they'll be water resistant now. Scotch guard does put the caveat that it usually does need to be retreated. Now that is on furniture and stuff like that, so I don't know how much the purses would need to be retreated or the totes would need to be retreated, but I would assume like it's use dependent basically. So, but they are going to be water resistant, at least not waterproof, resistant. Because it was one thing that was brought to my attention while we were in Vancouver, is that they were very Calgary bags to have the obi on the exterior like that without any like barrier basically. So still wouldn't dunk it in a tub, but you know, better than nothing, right? So, all right. It's soon. Mama's gonna wrap up on this, like a couple small things, and then we'll go upstairs and make some dinner, okay? What's that? Yeah. Well, if you're feeling better tomorrow, you can go to school tomorrow, okay? Yes. If you don't, you don't. It's all good. We have a youngin' home today. They actually had a pretty high fever last night, so it's been like watching them all day, making sure that they're okay, because my brother-in-law is going to come over and look after the kiddos while we're at book club, and I'm like, I think they're good enough. Just need more rest. And they're not feverish now, so. If they had an active fever, it'd be like, hell no, sorry. I just realized there's like one of the best sushi restaurants we've been to is in Dawson Creek. So I should actually look up there what hours they're open so that we can go. What I'm hoping is we can go have dinner before we go to set up. Normally we get a pizza, but I'm like, no, that sushi was way better than the pizza. So. Okay, this one had its interfacing actually like got pressed in wrong. So what I'm going to do is we're just going to patch it basically. So because it's like the fabric is crooked now, let's put it under and flatten it, and then I'll put a patch of interfacing over top of it. No, you definitely did not press it the whole time. Must have put it too far down. They are open from 11:30 to 9 like 11:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. So that's perfect. So normally what we do is we go up, we get food, and then we go and do setup. So if we go get up there, have some sushi, set up, then we can like go check into the hotel and everything after that. Something else I was gonna look up and I can't remember what it was. like the most important and the most boring. Yeah, well. All right, yeah, we're gonna finish up the pressing, and then like my energy just went and nosedived. So we will finish up the pressing, and then I'm going to head out for making dinner and kiddo pickup and book club. Hopefully I survive book club tonight. Holy. Coffee. Definitely a coffee night. I like when they have their cocktail menu, but I do not feel like a drink right now, to be honest. Maybe? I don't know. Probably not. All right, last press, and then we're done. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Well, thank you to everyone who's joined today. I will be back probably tonight or something. And I'll at least be working tonight. I don't know if I'll be back on stream tonight. But I will be back tomorrow, hopefully with the youngin' in tow. And yeah, we'll chat with y'all soon to get the rest of that to-do list done. We are actually, let's Yeah, all that I have left here is prep and adhere labels and then D-ring tab cuts, which honestly I don't think we have to do as much as I anticipate there because I still have this box full of ones that have been done previously. So there's a lot of like D-ring tabs in here that we probably can use instead. Obviously we're intended for like the ones that were in the box anyway, so why not? That's garbage. Why is there garbage in here? Are we surprised? I'm not that surprised, no. I don't know why I'm questioning it. It's garbage. Anyway, it's like, yeah, so we'll be able to go in and match up all these guys. That's actually a better activity after the canvas is on. Anyway, I think. Yeah, we'll do that after the canvas is on. It makes more sense to my brain. Because then we have a really good, once the canvas is on the bottom of these, we have a really good picture of what the bag is actually going to look like. So that then makes sense to my brain to just do it at that point. But we may as well do the counts here for how many we have of each of these. And then we can always like, and we shouldn't have to cut quite so many of the other ones. So. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 black D-ring tabs. Black. 13. We have literally one red piece, not even a pair. We got 2 light blues. 2. We have 1, 2, so 1, 2, 3.5 navies. We've got one more piece of black, which it doesn't match with anything, so maybe we'll just set that aside. We've got 2 chocolate brown. And 2 sets of sand. Okay, so that's at least a starting point for this, and then we can go in and do tallies for what we want to do for actual colors. Tonight, I guess? No, I just said to do it after the canvas, although it'd be nice to do all the cutting tonight. And we do have to bring this back up onto the cutting table one more time, the fabric, because we need to do the cut down stuff. So yeah, we could actually do that. Like right away though, there's stuff where it's like super easy. So we're gonna do like a dark brown, and it's gonna go with this. I'm pretty sure sand goes with the Seigai Ha cats. Yeah. So let's just do this. Fuck it, let's just do this. Whatever. Last thing, and then I'll head out because yeah, that's the other part of this is that I've got like 12 minutes. Okay. Dark chocolate brown. Floral cat wallpaper. Light. Sand. Seigai Ha. Cats. Red. Okay. Black. Seigai Ha. Koi. Hedgehogs on Dusty Rose. Yeah. Floral cat wallpaper dark. Fuji black. Oh, Fuji. black, navy, turtles. Actually, red would look, or even light blue would look really good with the, or yellow. Let's actually do yellow for the surfing dogs. Yellow. Surfing pups. Frenchies would look good with the silver. Silver. Frenchies. Bonsai cats need to be teal. I think red for the red floral. Scarf cats is navy. Ooh. Yeah, navy for Mount Fuji light. Croissant cats on aqua. It's going to be black. Teal. No, that I've got a bright pink. Never mind. Pink will be the neon cat faces. The demure cats, I think, should be, yeah. Chocolate brown is going to be the itty bitty kitties. Itty bitty kitties. I think bright blue for the Wonderland cats, because, yeah, blues are like, yeah. Bright blue. Wonderland cats. Did we not do a blue for something else? No, I don't have them. Black for the florals here. Japanese florals. And silver. Black for the off-white cats. Cats. Big yawn. Cats. Bonsai on pink. I think the pink would clash, so I would actually lean towards sand for this one. Yeah. Bonsai cats. Pink. Hedgies is on gold is black. Hedgehogs on gold. Dark brown for coffee, obviously. Chocolate brown. Coffee. And actually also the same for the coffee cats on this bright. Yeah. Coffee cats. On bright green. All right. Oh, and then purple for the, no, teal. Teal would look good with that. Black cats and traditional Japanese sweets. Okay, so we haven't cut them yet, but we're good. Okay, we have 2 sand, so we don't need to cut more, I don't think. Nope, we're good. Black. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're good there. We don't need to cut more black. Light blue. Yeah, we have 1, or bright blue. Navy. We need 3, so we need 0.5 plus 0.5. Chocolate, I have 2 listed, but I think there was more. Yeah, we need 1, 2, 3, 4. So plus 2. And then we need... Wait, what? Navy I have actually down as 3.5. 1, 2. Oh no, we're good. We've got enough navy. Cool. We're good there. Okay, and then we need... Okay. To cut, we need plus 2 chocolate brown. I'm just going to put chocolate. We'll know what that is. Plus 1 yellow. Plus 1 silver. Plus 2 teal. Plus 0.5 red. Plus 1 pink. And then, so that's all we need to cut for D-ring tabs. All right, now we can even take that off the list. Oh no, because I said cuts. Yeah, whatever. So we need to prep and adhere. We need to prep the leather tonight, and then adhering will be after we get all the canvas sewn onto these guys. And then we'll go from there. Anyway, thank you for everyone who joined today through all of the chaos. It is time to go make dinner and figure some stuff out. And I'll chat with y'all soon. Like I said, I don't know if that's going to be tonight or tomorrow, but I'll definitely tomorrow. So